Let's get right back into it. Last time we got the ninja relic weapon finished. We got the warrior relic weapon finished. And we got the white mage relic finished for A Realm Reborn. I am currently at the Nexus stage with the black mage, which is the one where I need one each of these things to then get it into the Zodiac weapon that I then need to do more light grinding with the Mahatmas in order to finish it. So I'm basically 2 steps away from complete with that, and I just need to get one more of each of these. But yeah. Today, the entire goal is just to get to Heavensward. If we can get to Heavensward, more specifically, if we can get to the Foundation, then I can unlock Astrologian, Dark Knight, and Machinist, and I can level those up to 50 off stream. And then we can potentially actually use those classes. Part of the reason why I really want to get that done sooner rather than later is I do think that our road to 80 buff will be wearing off soon. So yeah. I finally got Monk up to 60 earlier today as well, so I still need to get Dragoon up there and then potentially get Samurai and Red Mage up. I really need to play as them more, so I might... I was thinking I'll try out Red Mage for today, because I've really not played Red Mage much. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, I need to head back to Mordona, which I can do for free. I don't think it should be too crazy for us to get to Heavensward today. I just hope that I am remembering right that you go into the Foundation very early on. Because otherwise I'm fucked. Because there's 16 quests in 2.55, which is what we're on, which is the last patch of A Realm Reborn. And in case you don't remember, there was a Rogadin woman who looked like she was human to me, who was breeding moons. She made a fancy ether siphon, which we didn't use, in order to try and kill an Ashen, Nabrialis, who she ended up having to sacrifice herself in order to kill. So we're very, very sad, and there won't be any more breeding of moons. Have you a moment after? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She's not been herself since Moonbreezer's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Okay. Heyo. How you doing? Hey, it's after. Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy, at Rothrost. Well, at least this time it's not a dead body turned into a flower. Most of the times that there's a dead person in this story, we end up with a flower representing their corpse in our inventory. What can I do for you today? Eldritch trinket to trade? Eh? We've got you running errands now? Them Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Send the saviour of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the Chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The Moon Daisy, was it? Here then, take it, and tell that Eda lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. God knows she needs it. So, Rowena doesn't like Eda's mask. I don't know if we will ever see Eda not wearing the mask. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again! Drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. So it isn't a corpse, but it is the flower that represents corpses. Moonbreeder loved these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Well, shit.
Is that what I think it is?
Dragons. Where's Khaleesi?
Hello. can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Okie dokie. Well, that's one quest down. That wasn't too bad. Just 15 more to go. Yeah. I mean, well, I say just 15 more to go. It's 15 to get into Heaven's Ward's actual quest line. Doesn't mean that it's 15 till we get into the Foundation. Hey, Alfie. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeder's passing. Her loss will be surely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little room to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. Hiya. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You come with news of Dravanians? Aye. The dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. Will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Kurthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Uldar must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the Grand Companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favourable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the Grand Companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favourable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Aymeric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellows' involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. It would seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive after.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Or but.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Well, shit. Ishgard's not quite so safe behind those walls, is it? Okay, let's do the dragon head. I need to remember that once we've unlocked Dark Knight and Machinist and Astrologian, I plan on at the very least doing the Dragoon questline. Even if I don't do any of the other ones, I need to do the Dragoon one. For reasons. Story reasons. It seems I was the swifter after. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the Gates of Judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. I mean, it shouldn't really come as much of a surprise that the Dragoon is kind of significant when there's a bunch of dragons. Probably not that weird to think. The Gates of Judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections! I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Okay, so there's more wards than just that one. It would seem the heretic struck the first, and most telling, blow against Ishgard. Silence! We expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you've learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. Let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horchefont will know where Sir Aymeric means to receive us. Most likely the intercessory where we've been multiple times over. It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived. We treat with you in the Intercessory. How did I know? Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? Yes, please. I just wanted to freeze my titties off. Oh, I can't jump on the table. He has an awfully... It looks, from here, it looks awfully relaxed. But I reckon it must just be because his tailcoats are so long. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics, have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Arpana, I think it's more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. That's not Estinian. That is... We've seen him once before. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. Ah, it is you. But of course, it is only fitting that fate would draw the two of us together. Well, now that we've all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his power, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But those stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It's been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at our gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that, we cannot be certain, though we know the heretics covet the Eye. We've been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem, you've described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us now? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garleans' arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Aemric. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. And the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the worm has summoned his minions to war. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, can't jump on this table for some reason. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavour will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Aemric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes at something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the Antecedent.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
That's right, we don't know whether or not we can trust the captain. Because he was acting fishy on that last mission we did with him. I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I don't know what it said. Fuck. I would also have you consider the matter of your own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray, brief Slathborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Yeah, that's the downside to using the auto advance. Heyo! Huh? We are rather close to Kurthus, aren't we? We best set to our own defences and take stock of our supplies. Oh, we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go after. I have 101 things to discuss with Slapborn. I appreciate the warning. If war's coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favour. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fight itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I'll not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil. I'm certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of the more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started then, shall we? We have a town to rouse! Wearing the dark light set. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of Pardon me. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts. And my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. What's up? Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilrod was there with the Fourth that day. I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. He's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilrod stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Uldar. So now, of course, half the brave suspect the lad are making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it ain't no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company vets. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilrod's a fresh-faced novice, bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. And a lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Yeah, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet my good eye it ain't young Wilrod. Anyway, you've got a war to win, so I'll let you get on. Just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you after. You mean that the elite strike force that we put together by just hiring anyone and everyone as quickly as possible may not be the most secure? What is the world coming to? volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claimed the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not need to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. So we blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd say my fair share if the coin were good. I worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody orc, he did. Still, put up with worse than that for every purse. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege. Those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? What to do? There you are, after. So, did you sway any hearts? One or two, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4. Not including Slathborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been so caught up with the recruiting I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphino. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Uldar to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Uldar, or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you at the Royal Promenade. I think I ate that curry a bit too quickly. I am fucking stuck. So yeah, for story with Estinian, who is the same Dragoon that we see in the Dragoon quests. I also really want to do the Paladin quests so that I can get the Paladin relic, Zodiac relic, because I think it actually looks good.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Ul'dah to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
He's checked out.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you've been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I hear that we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horchefont and Sir Aymeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as the Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun. We have at this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I'll join you as soon as I am able. After, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defences and the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. So, the Steps of Faith used to be a tribe. I think it used to be an 8-man trial. But now, I think it's just in instanced scenario. What is that? Oh, it's an umbrella. Did not recognize that that mouth. I wonder if that's at all tied to being a blue mage. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent. Then welcome. There's no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present I would have you join them. This is of course merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces. We will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, we shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Okay, I'm just gonna go murder some shit. Looks like they have already murdered some shit. Well, shit. Now, how do I... So, if I remember right, you do Jolly, it's a quick cast. Then, because you've got dual cast, need to remember that technically that's casting, so there's no. Then also, I have a melee combat. I really need to learn. Maybe it's not the best time to try and learn class. Right, okay, yeah, so those will move in or out of combat. That's just an off global cooldown attack. And those are just more powerful attacks. I may need to fiddle with where stuff is on Red Mage, but honestly, I mainly just need to play it more and learn how to play it, because yeah, I've barely touched Red Mage or Samurai. Not done much Dancer either, and I don't think I've ever really tried Astrologian or Dancer. And the cheapest I've only done in Paladin. Definitely first boss from Stone Vigil? None of these are big, right? Right, okay, they're just made better. If I've got yeah, okay, so now these are enchanted. But they cost, right, yes, that's how Red Mage works. You cast spells to power up your melee attacks. Right. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements. Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know that it is you who are what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafan's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection. Thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task to defend, as defenders, to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we've dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? The signs of the Seventh Dawn! We could not well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louis Soir has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right. If the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray, speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. But maybe I shouldn't do that as a red mage, because I have no sustain at this level. You do get a cure ability. But it's at level 54. Right. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to move some stuff around as Red Mage. Interesting. Well, let's do it as warrior then, because I'll definitely have sustain. I trust you're ready then. Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. That's a big dragon. That's a big dragon. Kind of got a tiny head though. Okay. Accept the fury into your heart and defend this bridge with your life's blood. You need to destroy the wards of Dante's collar. Let not a single dragon pass. Rear guard, ready the cannons. Oh, there's it. Of course. Shot you have basically 8 because this is no longer a Oh, that thing is fish out. Everyone, fall back! Fall back now! Run! I can imagine that this would have been awesome as a trial.
Isa, to me.
Stone skin, that's right. It may not exist anymore, but... Oh, hey, there's a stinger. Do not let it reach the barrier. Hold your ground. Remember what it is we fight for. I'm so important, I don't even have a name. This does suffer from bloodborne-itis a little bit. The fact that all that I can see of the boss is its like chest. Classic case of bloodborne-itis. Shit. First ward has been breached. Fall back and regroup. Battle is not yet lost. To the rear guard. This kind of feels like the sort of thing you would have in Monster Hunter. We need to defeat us with sheer numbers then. And it's a good thing I can't count.
No holding back.
He's happy about that. Hey again, Estinians. We must defeat their champion at all costs. Okay, yeah, getting those. Yep, so the arrows show where they're going to go, or in what direction. So he's at 60% health, and he just broken up the barrier. Second ward has fallen. Fall back. There's nothing left to be done here. I mean, if we were to defend it here, we could still stop it from progressing. Or, you know, we could do a pincer move. Ida and I have matters here well in hand. After, we must go and seize the final ward. So now we have Estinian. Oh wait, Estinian wasn't. You'll know the wrath of the Exor Dragoon. Hold your ground. If this barrier fall, Ishgard will be awash in flames. Different colours, like the azure, the gold. Is that how positions work? Our enemy is not without weakness. Keep it up! There's 5% left. Don't think we're going to kill this shaft in time. Oh, I think he's destroyed it. That'd definitely do it. We are the shields that keep the Holy See. Even if it should cost us everything, they cannot be suffered to pass. Interesting. So that's one of the paladins high level there. Or by that, I think it may be one from Emerald. So so this is the Enrage. But I think we'll be alright. And gone. Yeah, I can imagine that would have been epic if we'd done it as a But it also, it's like the main sequence dungeons. It takes a while. Bye-bye. Green Goblin? Why does that kind of look like Willem Dafoe? The dragons, they're withdrawing. Victory is ours. That is... You can tell who the adventurers are. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Yeet! Awesome. Well, bear with me one moment. I need to go and grab another drink and pop to the toilet, so I'll be back in just 1 minute. Okay, sorry about that. Oh wow, it was quiet whilst I was gone, huh? There's no background noise here. Sorry. After, the dragons are rooted. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my Crystal Braves were not found wanting. Hey, Marie. Commander Levielur, after, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon when I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. Have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. It is a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ildar and reassign those braves whose squads suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray, return to Revenant's Tomb and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We'll see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. What am I doing? We'll just teleport. Nah. I hope you like back of the neck. After, welcome back. Alphino sent word of the siege and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me. Thank you. You're welcome. I think we're closer than I thought. You must be weary after, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent! A messenger from Uldar arrived with a missive for you. So we're 9 quests until the end of A Realm Reborn. Royal Seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Uldar, in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commanders of the adventurous contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders would think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All 3 refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We've scarce had time to mourn Minbrida, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray, content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about monumentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you do me the favour of contacting the rest of the Scions? Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? I need to remember that it's Tataru, not Tataru. Where the fuck? Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Fill me in. Where the fuck? Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think of it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Yeah, but Tataru is just the way that the Japanese handle their words. But it also reminds me of Tidus. And the fact that Tidus is the main character from Final Fantasy X, not Tidus, Tidus. Now I'm still going to call him Tidus. Oh, After, it's you. Didn't mean to worry anyone, it's nothing really. Well, it's not nothing really, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. That's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say after. I'm glad we had this little chat. Yes, Tataru? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but After made me realise that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. but I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is in fact something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hoary Boulder and Coltonet have been promoted from guard duty to whatever the fuck they're doing now. And so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself. And others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Angry. Whoa, hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, Antecedent? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yeah. Pray, excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, one of the capable kind of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. I always thought that I take my leave of you seemed kind of passive-aggressive. Oh, hey Lenny. How's it going? A 3-stream streak. What did I do to be so lucky? Oh, shit. Okay, so we've got a splitting quest line. Alright. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now, I've realised that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents. I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of your task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking aetheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltonet were to act as 2 such escorts, as was a 3rd adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. The power to defend oneself. Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Eorzea mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa Lominsa. Yes, that'll be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It's doubtlessly unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. I mean, Lalafell could probably ride a carbuncle. Ah, after. Is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltonet? Our misfortunes become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the warrior of light herself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by malms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns. After, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He's waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He'll determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, after. In spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. And they teleported away. So Camp Tranquil, let's go. Hiya. At last, the Scion's woman deigns to grace me with her presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isomha. Come, we are late enough as it is. Well, you seem lovely. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. I found some... it's not really who I meant to look at. Did I not do a job? I could have sworn I did. I see we've both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Molt awaits, shall we? Thank you, Lenny, for telling me to stand the fuck up. Full of curry, man. Well, I wasn't standing. But fair enough, I do need to stand. And I've given the food like an hour and a half to settle. Bah humbug. Yep. Instant burp. Nice. Alright. There you go. Yeah, are you happy now? I mean, I'm the one that made that channel point redeem, so I don't know why I'm acting like it's something that you can't do or shouldn't do. Right about here, yes? As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. So how do I build up my white? Oh, okay, so white is through arrow. So if I do this, and then 6. Fascinating. These recordings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. These are just all of the locations I've done. So what's this one? Is this the lost city of Amberport? It is. As before, my guardian, pray, leave me to my task and ensure our safety. Okay, well this is where Red Mage shines compared to the other mages. That I can still do my melee combo to do some damage. Oh hello. Even though I'm silenced. Okay. I'm definitely gonna need to fuck around with Red Mage to get the bindings where I want them to be. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I'll not have my clothing reek of blood and offal. I mean, everything that I killed was to protect you, you ungrateful cunt. You chose to paddle in the Ica a while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there have been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentrations since the Calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. Can I just walk into him with my sword? Could I do that? Is there a reason why I can't? And it's definitely not murder. I've murdered loads of people in this game. So it's definitely not that. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray, find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take the measurements. Can I just let one of them through? Just let one of them through. Just see what he does. Just see what he does. Either I'm very efficient or quests are super short. These quests are very short, yes. Because they're mainly story. There are other quests which are longer and have got many more steps, but these are quests from the last patch of A Realm Reborn. About to... once... I think we're like 8 quests now away from the first expansion where the quest will start getting bulkier again. Yes, quite high. It's still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else. I wonder if it was at this point that they added Odin? Something else. Scion, come here. I need you. Oh, shit. Wait, is that Wilred? It is. Fear not, my friends. Oh, fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. Hey, Hori. There you are, after. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog. But not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put on much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilred to come here? What should we do? We will see to the Scholar's protection after. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. So do I. But before we do, let's go and see about Tataru's training arc. Presumably she's at the Arcanist's Guild. Oh. Oh, is she downstairs? Oh, she's in the fight pit. The first rule of Arcanist Fight Club. Your carbuncle has to be blue. The sudden change in music. After! What are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason why I'm here. Don't you see? I, Taru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thubergames. Why am I suddenly from the West Country? Thubergames? What the fuck? And now, at Mistress Thubergames' behest, I must go and complete this special training exercise. Until we meet again. I swear that some of the Rogadin names... They are, there is something else. Hold on. I guess I need to speak with Thubergaim. Ah, it isn't after. What brings you to Guild? So, you're acquainted with our newest member. An arcanist of your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. Doubtless you recall receiving similar training under Kylia's supervision. A thought occurs to me. Why not oversee Tataru's training yourself? Given your relationship with your girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you the ideal choice. You need only head to the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate, as before, and observe at a distance. Hey, Tataru. Do well, and one day you can have ears like mine. Over Azure skies to Pirate's Port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plan to naught, came the lass whom none could fool. Beat 'em with a backdraft, gut 'em with a gust, deck 'em with a downburst. Go, Carbuncle, go! Are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test. But we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? Smack him with the book. It's just a mouse. Just smack him with the book. I didn't even know that carbuncles could run away. Oh, there's quite a few of them now. Ah, come back, Carbuncle! Come back! Ah, yes, the age-old weapon of choice. A book. Hey. Don't go dissing a book. Some of them are fancy books with extra shit on them. Is this... Oh, this is the Skaven one. Now that's a look. It's not necessarily a good one. But that is a look. What about if I go... Okay, yeah, Scholar... Scholar makes a bit more sense. But still with a book. Just this one is shiny. Don't worry, once we're in Heaven's Ward, we get to go real Yu-Gi-Oh! And we start fighting with cards. I should have known you'd come after. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle, and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I'll inform Mistress Thubergeim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Okie dokie. Before we go back, yeah, give the pupper some love. I should check in on my retainers whilst we're here as well. Before we leave. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thubagheim. Abysmally, as after will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mistress Thubagheim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. You're gonna whore yourself out to Egeruju? Whatever the fuck his name is. The rich Lala. Yeah. Now that's potentially useful to me. Not yet, and not for quite a while, but level 80 equipment could be handy. I've got no way of earning it aside from... oh shit. Aside from buying it from market board or getting it from that. So. It makes you laugh how Final Fantasy includes Costa del Sol in their games of all places. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that Costa del Sol, it literally just means beach of the sun. So if they're gonna have a beach area, it's kind of easy. But I personally do like the elements that are shared through Final Fantasies, like Biggs and Wedge appearing in most of the games. And things like that. It's nice. Sunny Coast, you're right, yeah. Costa is coast and playa is beach, you're right. Again, I took Spanish for 5 years, and I remember fucking nothing. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Aquí? Aquí. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the drowning wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvellous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by a certain wild creature, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off! Mi amo Thibaut. Mi Lama Esu Lama. What fortune! I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? It should only take a moment. Oh, okay. More gone. Where? Oh, there. Don't think I noticed when that got upgraded. It's no longer fire. Huh. Your name is my name. Oh, no, because I'm mispronouncing. I'm saying my llama is your llama. Miyamo is Suyama. Would be, your name is my name. But yeah, Mi Lama is Sulama is somehow even worse. Well fought, After. Well fought. Knew it was right to ask you to come along. As for me, I have my prize. A bounty of blood pearls. Charming. So named for their reddish hue. They were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they'll always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Philomene waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the scions in the Laminson markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray, convey my apologies to the antecedent, and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, After, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? A communal llama. Neat. Hey, when in Wales. Although that would have been a sheep. That's just a Welsh leisure centre. What the fuck were you looking at, Tataru? Alright, now we can go back and we can hand in both quests. And I think there's only like 4 more ish. Until we're in Thingy Madoodly What's It? Heaven's Wall. Enter. Welcome home, After. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. After your return, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Wilred, dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I'll send word to Alphino at once. I want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this? And why? Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard. The first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbours to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Travanians and Ashians both. Against desperate odds, we fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes, in this very room, our dear friend Moonbreeder. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Uldar, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Off to the big soiree after. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. Don't look best pleased, lass. Something on your mind? By the Navigator, Wilred's dead? Gods damn it. They must know they've been rumbled. Sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coin made its way into the Braves' coffers courtesy of a Dodo Consortium. Daft name for a business if ever I heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again, and found another half-dozen donations from organisations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give that bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. Gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know as some of them are, I'd wager my right eye they're the ones what did for Wilfred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time. Didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing in the wind. No, he's cleverer than this. So we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay his debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that, you have my word. And after, mind yourself when you're in Uldar, eh? We're headed into a storm. Smell it. The kind what will sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows what's what. When? Dulda! And Chamber of Rule, right? Yeah, boy. We're gonna run this way just for shits and giggles. We've been waiting for you after. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I'd hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you're needed at the quicksand. We'll go on ahead after. Pray, join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi. Let her know what I will call upon her anon. What does Thancred want with Momodi? Although if I remember rightly, Thancred is the scion that is charged with looking after Uldar. So I suppose it's not that much of a surprise that you call him Momodi. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice after. I know you got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alian, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. But anyway, she came around for a meal not long ago. Before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others end up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. Short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I've thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. Okay. What the fuck you want? Just waiting for a train. Nothing to see here. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye, in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Alian. Wait, no, continue waiting. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of quiquern and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Arthur, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alian? Why, no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we could have crossed paths. Must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honoured guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, Pray, return to Uldar after. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I'll tell her you were here. No, don't scheme. Alian's already dead. Her bed
Oh,
is about as
Sultanry.
tall as her.
Hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Yeah, over here. So I have a cloud into 5. Somnus? The drug that the evil guys were hawking? I reckon you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alian. What's the matter? No appetite? So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist's vial, but beyond that, I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Anyway, don't you worry about Alian. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Would you believe that while you were away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So, what are you waiting for? Go on then, go!
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am. Everyone seems to be getting along. I like the fact
Everyone
that you
looks to
couldn't
be
even
in
see
high
it.
spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
Serious enough to keep me from a royal banquet. Royal banquet. Like, it's a little bit different from just, you know, I was a little bit late to the party. I had to run a couple of errands. To, you know, oh, I'm so sorry that I'm late, Your Highness. I had some other shit to do. Well, the lady in waiting was waiting for me. Thank you for coming, madam. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or, if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Ah, okay, there's going to be a bunch of cutscenes. Let's go.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
Sorry about that. Apparently, if I do that, or not, it just was going to lose focus.
'Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
I believe it when I see it. Pretty words, pretty man.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Just one word. Mutiny! My cup's as big as
You
your
may
head.
go. Your Grace.
But she's taken that bottle. She knows what's up. She's taken the bottle.
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Poison. Spidey senses are tingling. And meanwhile, we're just sitting there like, this sucks. To Leggy.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead.
I mean, you didn't even check a pulse or anything.
Poison in her wine? You did this!
Yes, because if I was going to poison someone, I'd stick around.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
That doesn't get added until Dawn Trail. Who the fuck was that baby-faced
Sir,
bastard?
barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Oh, well, apparently his spidey senses were bullshit.
What is the meaning of this?
With Ishgardians?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Who are you flirting with?
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
It would have been interesting to see him incorporate some of the ninja moves. Since he's been training with Yugiri.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Fuck you.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu ul Namo, and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Oh, it's just beginning.
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your Confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be.
Animal. Animal.
No!
Crap.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll
Because
bet
of
you
the
will. You more than any man.
age of this, I keep getting
Whatever do you mean?
Source filmmaker.
I mean, you had her
Vibes.
killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
No. At least Teleji got what he deserved. This is really giving Source filmmaker vibes. Jesus Christ.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them! You've been in league with the Scions all along!
You're next, you scheming bastard!
And there goes his arm.
Oh, Raban!
I hope he was a rating.
Seven hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Gilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
What is going on? He just stabbed me in the back.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
I suppose we had better hope that it wasn't Teleji.
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
You think?
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Nanamo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papa Limo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancreds.
That area is literally a circle.
Minfilia, we cannot linger!
Like, they literally just need to run the other way.
Now look what you've done.
So, she's got blue eyes.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papa Limo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
It's casting Zeta Flare. Or... M Thunder?
Planet Eater!
You're a black mage. You don't know buffs.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Ave! Ave! Ah! So Uldar might be a bit toasty the next time we get to walk around it.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
Later.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
Could do worse.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Ah, shit. He took an arrow to the knee.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
Tis done!
She's casting the holiest of all holies.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Ophelia.
So it's the only one safe.
Gwendolyn, she speaks to me.
Eorzea.
No. I must remain behind. But you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
So I guess it's just me, Tataru, and Uriandra. Or perhaps not.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others?
The first time we've seen him with the hood up.
Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Who are you? Hey.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway. Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
But who's the gladiator? So, you're finally awake.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were! Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames.
Pippin.
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alphino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me. But for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. It was only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
This is the teen angst section. Don't know. Anyway. You three wait here. Elf will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Alright, let's go. Most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and After are free, we may yet still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Taropin, but Alphino, my boy. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hey, Sid. Sid? What are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly, then he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitarists and the Crystal Braves. Kurthus, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Uldar to the Monitarists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in other city-states, but know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and her allies, no matter what the Monitarists claim. Marshal Taropin, I know not what to say. Now that Father would labour to believe, but enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. So Rauban has an adopted kid, Lalafell. Up, up! There's no time. There's no rest for the righteous. No time to dawdle. Well, off he goes. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Horshaphon. Mayhap he will know what to do? And with this ends A Realm Reborn. Master Alphino told me your tale. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavour to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full. Oh wait, no. This is the last quest. To Ishgard is the first quest of Heavensward.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault. And 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper.
Oh shit.
The temple knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Other than Alphino, who else is here? Oh, another several cutscenes. Okay, I think this will be the end of A Realm Reborn then. Tataru! Alphino, after, is it really you? This couldn't be voiced, huh? Damn. Oh, I'm so happy that you're... I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Philomene told me to run, and so I did. I ran and I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we travelled to Vesper Bay and met up with Eorzea. When we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Eorzea started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes, so we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. Ah, but you should know, the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it's not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the scions restored to their rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. It was all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alphino.
So, Master Alphino, Are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alphino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Thus ends Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn. As in the base game. We still have Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and soon Dawn Trail. So we are very much so not done. But yeah, the cutscenes in Uldar with Rauban, there's some very specific Left 4 Dead source filmmaker skits that I can just imagine, and it's of Coach. And like the facial manipulation of Coach and things like that, and I just can't help but be reminded of those when I watched Rauban. But for the time, that was very much so how these things went. And that was an ambitious cutscene. Yeah. Oh yeah, Gilgamesh exists. But that's the Hildebrand questline. We've not started that yet. I do need to do that at some point, but that's probably going to be a set of streams in and of itself. But yeah. Anyway. I can't finish up just yet. We need to get into Ishgard and ideally unlock some classes before we finish.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
So was Lolorito behind it all? Looking a bit worse for wear there. At least he's alive. Realis is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. Urianger. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine. The fate of this very star. I hope you guys like snow. Because we're gonna have to deal with a lot of it.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
3D is not bad. I'll just have to use the 5Ds of dodgeball. Dodge, dive, duck. Dive and dodge. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. Oh my god! Sweet! My left arm. I like how that gives us a title. Bearer of the Torch. Instead of Rauban's left arm. Okay, so we are now in Heavensward. This is the first quest of Heavensward. Part of me wants to end the recording and start another one so that I can call the video Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, but I'm just going to keep going. You may have noticed that that quest gave a lot more experience than the last one.
The dawn's light will shine again. So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything.
A change in voice, huh?
You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
Lord Orchefon.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names. But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
I bring tidings. Count Edmont has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortan. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper. Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man, and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
To Ishgard, then. Together.
Together.
There we shall carry on the Scion's legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Here, here!
I'm gonna have to get used to this new voice acting. I must go on ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, for everything has been arranged. The sentries at the Gate of Judgment have been informed of our decision. You need but state your names and they will allow you to pass. My manservant shall be waiting for you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor, where we shall meet again. Until then... Let me in! Let me in! Wards of House Fortan. Ah, yes, you may pass. We made it to Ishgard. It kind of reminds me of...
And so they came, at a friend's behest.
Excuse me. Oh, he's finally dressed for the occasion. I am definitely not.
Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came.
To Ishgard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Halone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses. A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace. Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and her companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragonsong War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond Fortin, Heavensward. Hell yeah. We got a new city to explore, bitches! Yeah. Which also means, ow, more etherite to attune ourselves to. Oh, look at that! Yeah! You missed. You oh, you threw that through. Are you throwing them at me? You are! You little shits. You little fuckers. I can't do it anything as this class. You know what? Fine then. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not afraid to beat the shit out of some children. I ain't afraid. I'll do it. So, Ishgard is always pretty empty. I think as far as the expansion main hubs go, Ishgard is the quietest one I have ever seen. Always. Doesn't matter when you're here, there will not be that many people here. And it's probably because it's just kind of depressing. The colors are all dark and muted. It's always snowing. Did I attune to this? I don't think I did, right? Oh no, I did. Okay. Gotta pick up an important quest. Well, what have we here? You look like you've seen a scrap or two. The name's A10. I'm a proud member of Clan Centurio, the toughest band of warriors this side of the steppes. You'll have heard of the Hunt, right? The Grand Companies run it in the rest of Eorzea. But up here, it's the clan's concern. We follow the same system, but we're free to pick our own marks. Reckon you've got the speed, the strength, and the heart to take down some of the most ferocious fiends this side of the Seventh Hell? If you think you're up to the challenge, head downstairs and have a word with Ardalain. He'll fill you in on the details. Good evening to you, young lady. How can I be of service? Oh, so you fancy trying your hand at the hunt, do you? Well, if I attend and reckons you're up to it, it isn't for an old man like me to say otherwise. Me and him are members of Clan Centuria, a ragtag band of glory hunters, mercenaries and has-beens brought together by Sir Lordest, one of Ishgard's most notable of nobles. Wherever a monster grows too big for its own boots, we're the ones who risk our necks to take it down. Doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, as long as you can wield a weapon and you don't fear death, you'll always be welcome in the clan. Take me, for instance. I was born 1,000 miles from here, but now I'm the one showing the new recruits the ropes. So how about it, young lady? Will you be joining us in the hunt? If the fame and the glory is not enough for you, perhaps the rich rewards on offer might change your mind. And welcome to the clan. What was your name again? After, is it? Alright, put your name in the book. Now I suppose you'll be wanting to take a look at some of our marks. Head up those stairs and out the door. The clan hunt board is on the wall outside. Round to the left. Better stick to the level 1 marks for the nonce. No point running before you can walk. Yeah, okay, so I can't show their exchange for Centurio seals yet. But basically, it's another set of seals that I can use. Hold on. Decline. Gonna get that experience on a class that needs it. I can't because I'm not a high enough level. Shit. Okay. I didn't realise that was a level 53 thing. I guess that's because I've not unlocked any of the Heaven's Ward zones yet. What I can do, though, is I can unlock level 2. Which basically the story is just saying, oh, you're more powerful, here, take on new quests. Like, we're a little bit more trusted to do them. So it's fine. Okay, but I can't take on... anything higher yet, huh? Okay. But, so I can still get Ventures and Aetheryte tickets, which are the standards. I can get Ishgardian Barding. That's all well and good. But I'm not a high enough rank yet, huh? Damn. They also have something... Yeah, they have other stuff that you can trade for. So I could also get Doman gear. This is the level 60 gear that you can buy. I've already got some of these bits. So I believe that those are old... old tombstone weapons and stuff. And then this is all of the level 60 gear for each of the classes, but if I do the class quest lines, I'll get these anyway. I don't know if I'll get the weapon but I'm pretty sure you get the armor set if you just do the class quests, and it's kind of like the armors that you get in A Realm Reborn. But yeah, so now I can start building those up, because I think you get Centurio seals if you do an S rank in A Realm Reborn regions as well. I think. I might be wrong on that. So I still need to get the Sky Steel manufactory, and we can become a machinist already! Even though I've not done Coming to Ishgard. So maybe we should do Coming to Ishgard first, and then we'll explore the rest of the city proper. Greetings, Mistress Bunn. On behalf of House Fortam, I bid you welcome to Ishgard. My lord humbly requests your presence at his residence in the Pillars, if you all would come with me. The thing is that once we've finished Heaven's Ward, we will have access to what's its name? The Firmament, which is a sub-area in Ishgard that contains an instanced zone for gathering classes, which can make it really easy to level up gatherers. Huh. My prospectometer seems rather fond of you. Let's see, shall we? Odd garb, striking presence. Would I be right in assuming that you are one of those adventurous types? I thought as much. My prospectometer seldom lies. Let me just... Oh, Jesus. And let me just say, you've made the right choice in visiting our humble workshop. Welcome to Sky Steel Manufacturing, where miracles are born from aether, metal, and imagination. From cannons to ballista, we develop and manufacture a range of weapons designed for slaying dragon invaders. But we're also accepting students who wish to take up a firearm and learn the techniques of the machinist. What say you? Are you interested in joining us and exploring the machinist discipline? Yes. Yes, I am. You are? Well, of course you are. Otherwise, my prospectometer would not have registered your obvious interest. In my excitement, I've neglected to introduce myself. The name's Stefanovan. Stefanovan de Halianat. And you are? After, is it? Well, after. Allow me to welcome you once more to the Sky Steel Manufactory. As I mentioned before, it is our charge to develop and manufacture weapons designed for slaying dragon invaders. But pray, forget about those tired old inventions. The future lies in machinistry. The technology that weds the genius of Master Garlon's Magitech with traditional etherology. Is it machinistry or machinistry? Every single one of my latest creations employs the principles of this unique discipline. And in the steady hands of trained machinists, my new inventions are going to alter the very face of warfare. Though I would dearly love to expand upon my revolutionary theories, we should begin by familiarizing you with the tools of our trade, so to speak. Have you time now for a brief lesson? Splendid. Now the first thing you must learn is the proper technique for handling a fire. Huh. Where in the hell is our master of marksmanship? I swear the man is never about when I need him most. How dreadfully embarrassing. Here, I've mercifully piqued your interest, and now I must ask you to call again at a later convenience. Mayhap the next time you visit, our instructor will deign to put in an appearance. Then we can outfit you with the equipment necessary to learn basic marksmanship. and I might explain to you the particulars of the machinist profession. I'm afraid he's gone for good this time, my lordship. Left a letter of resignation on your workbench and all. Confound the man! I cannot afford to lose such a pivotal employee at this crucial juncture in our growth. Joy, prepare mine accoutrement. I shall drag that scoundrel back by the lapels if I need to. But my lordship, we ain't even sure where to start looking. Make a salient point, my dear. My prospectometer points to the land of Lenosha. Yes, I should have realized that he would return to his homeland. Lenosha, my lord. Are you sure you want to go there? I hear it's a nasty place, where folk will clout you across the face as soon as they look at you. Aye, aye. I must admit to little familiarity with its environment. Hark, Joy, the prospectometer chirps again. Of course, our aspiring machinist. We shall have the worldly after here act as our guide. For an explorer who has braved the harshest corners of Eorzea, the wilds of Lenosha must be akin to a garden path. Is that not so? Aye, 'tis but a garden path. You see, Joy, my prospectometer never steers me awry. You'll consent to guide us there. Then 'tis settled. Joy here, in addition to her loyal service to House Hallionart, is the finest shot in the manufactory. As a novice machinist, I suggest you mark her technique well during our little jaunt to Lenosha. Speaking of which, we must needs decide upon a somewhat less vague destination. I seem to recall our absent instructor mentioning companions from a camp overlook. Would that be our first port of call? Camp overlook. Let's go. Because with this, 1/3 of the classes I need to unlock will be done. So, this is Camp Overlook. Indeed, its inhabitants do seem to type to clout a man in the face in a place of a how do you do. Shall we make some inquiries after our prematurely retired instructor? Let us rendezvous at this spot once we've gathered that what intelligence we may. I don't even know his name. Or what do you look like? Or anything. I just know that he's a machinist. A bloke late Ishgard. Aye, there was a stranger come about, asking about one of our lads. Told him the sorry sod he was looking for was in the cabin by the lift, resting up from an axe wound. Eh? You mean that big Rogadin bastard? You'll find him pacing the boards in front of the infirmary. Some of the lads seem to know the bloke, but no bugger seems eager to say how. I have seen him, alright. Got himself a cold reception, too. Can't come apologising for a deed a decade old. And just expect to be forgiven. How fared your interrogations? 'Twould seem our man came here but to visit an old acquaintance. In the vicinity of the winch, you say? Let us investigate this infirmary, then. Were the conditions of your employment not satisfactory? Return with us to the manufactory and we can discuss more favourable terms. I understand that Ishgardians presently accord machinists rather less than the respect they deserve, but I promise you, our worth shall shine through in due time. People will clamour to learn our profession. You cannot abandon us now, Rossenshaw. Think of the future. Leave me be. One more step and I'll blow your yapping jaw off. Joy, if you please. Oh, good shit. You shite-eating bastard. Next time I'll aim for the shaft twixt your thighs. Are you not proud? 'Twas you who taught Joy everything she knows about shooting. And spitting colourful profanity besides. Aye, the lass had learned me lessons well. Well enough to be your new master of marksmanship, I'd wager. Do you think so? Oh, but no, Joy is far too busy with her duties at the manor house. And besides, we have this budding machinist who is simply dying to learn from the great Rossenschall. Buffalo shite. Any scrag who's known me would rather I did the dying. Oh, just look at you, the epitome of a roguish swashbuckler. Why ever did you cease brandishing your weapon in that fashion? Because only pirate scum hold the firearm like this. They ain't gonna teach the machinist way to no hopeless sausage-fingered venturer what you dragged in off the street. Then you're saying that if our sausage-fingered adventurer shows a glimmer of hope, you will consent to instruct her? Did you hear that, After? This is your chance to display your aptitude for marksmanship. Here, have a gun. Here, I took the liberty of packing some extra tools of the trade. Convince our reluctant instructor that you're serious in your intentions. What? Okay, for a second I thought that gun was just floating in front of his hand. Not from round these parts, are you? Fine, Stepanovan. I'll give you, well, one bloody chance. One lesson to see what she's made of. The fate of the Skysteel manufactory, nay, the very future of machinistry, is in your sausage-fingered hands. Take up your weapon and aim for the stars. New class, who dis? Okay, I do actually have to equip this, because I apparently don't have any equipment for level 30 or below, huh? That could be an issue. I may need to fix that, huh? Arcanist 5. Yeah, I need to be a summoner instead. And that now I am the appropriate class, and I can drag our machinist Into there. There we go. Yeah, so... See ya! We'll come back and do the rest another time. I did attune myself to the Sky Steel, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, so let's head to the trader area. And we've got a summoning bell, which I think, yep. Oh, good, yes. I'm sure that sells lots. Shit glam, and for a weapon, sorry, for a class that I don't need level 60 weapons. But I can trade it into the Grand Company to get some stuff. So that'll be fine. This would be wasteful, but how much would it be? Is that not what I already have equipped? Those are too expensive for what they are. Fuck that. I'll craft them later or do some dungeon runs of... What's the level 30 then? Yeah, Hawk Mana. Yeah, I could get the Mana armor set and just use that. Could do worse. That's right, I need to remember to give Speedy Quick there, and then max potions there. There it is. Attune to that, then we need to run the last vigil. We can get to the Tribunal, which is where Dark Knight starts, and over here at the Athenaeum Astrologicum is where the Astrologians start. So we'll unlock all of those. And then we'll finish coming to Ishgard. And then that'll probably be where I have to finish. After witnessing a spectacle like that, everyday life seems rather dull in comparison. Huh? So you didn't see that trial earlier? Your loss. Fury take me, the way that heretic swung that slab of iron he called a sword was a sight to behold. He couldn't have carried his shield if he wanted to, the blade was so big. Had to keep two hands on it at all times. I was amazed he managed to keep up with that temple knight for as long as he did. He fought like a demon from the deepest pits of the seven hells, bellowing threats and working his arts. Wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but then I heard someone say that he must be a dark knight. But you didn't hear that from me, eh? In fact, I'm sure I don't know anything about it. Go on, tell me. The gods, are you mad? We're standing outside the bloody tribunal. Fine, fine, but keep quiet and listen well, because I'm only going to say this once. So as I was saying, the heretic was fighting like a man possessed. Even after he took several wounds, he showed no sign of pain, though there was no mistaking the blood. As the fight wore on, it began to soak through his armor, spread into every ilm of his body. When it began to rise and envelop him in a mist, I realized it wasn't blood, but something dark and twisted. But the righteous are not so easily cowed. Alone be praised. I screamed myself hoarse when the temple knight slipped past his guard and ran him through. Good riddance, I say. Man was not meant to wield such arts. Yet I wonder, was he truly one of those... Well, it matters not. I heard the temple knights talking of dumping his corpse in the broom. By sunrise, it will be stripped bare and tossed over the walls. It'll be as though he never was, and as though he never had this conversation. The broom! That's more than far enough for charity. I'll take care of the rest. Mayhaps sooner rather than later. Come on. Is this it? Is this all that awaits? No. No more. Enough. Open your eyes. Look. Do you see now? Do you see? After. After! Hiya. I've been waiting for you to open your eyes. You're right. You were moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Name's Frey, by the way. And no, I'm not a heretic. Try convincing a temple knight drunk on authority of that, eh? Shame the pompous arse got the better of me. But how about you? You touched it, yeah? That couldn't have felt good. A voice, eh? And a rather distressed one besides. Please, someone, anyone! Not so fast. We need to talk about what's happening to you, what's growing within you, before you get carried away. There's a darkness within all of us. Nothing dangerous, mind. In fact, it's quite healthy. But the crystal changes you, gives you the power to channel it. Do it without proper training, however, and well, it might hurt. So go ahead. Ask me to teach you. Ask me to instruct you in the ways of the Dark Knights. And I will. I know you're still worried about that screaming woman, so I'll keep this brief. We Dark Knights don't care one whit for prestige or pedigree. We're free to follow our hearts, to defend the weak and punish the guilty as we see fit. The law of the land, the authority of a name, these are tools of power to use to escape harm. We have no need of shields, figurative or literal. Here, my blade is your blade, my soul crystal, your soul crystal. Go on, take them. You'll need them soon enough. Two out of 3. any gear? Okay, back to Summoner. Look at that. And now tank is here. Which means I need to create a new macro, which I can base off of this one. Dark Knight, 17, not 217, 70. Wait 1. I don't know what the action is going to be, but that's fine because I can change that after the fact. Oh. Because theirs is great. There we go. Dark Knight is better or worse setup. Sweet. I need to get some level 30 gear for all of these, because I think they're wearing... Oh no. No, they're not quite wearing all crafter and gatherer gear, but most of it is. It's not the best. Okay, let's go get Astro. Which I should be able to teleport back to the Tribunal and then go down to the Astrologian. And then the last Aetheryte that we need is the last Vigil, which is the one that we'll be using most often, because that's the one that's outside House Fort Helm and used for the story. Quinard. Greetings and welcome to the Athenaeum Astrologicum. Perhaps you were drawn by fate to this place of learning, or perhaps you wish to know more of fate itself. Then you are wise to come hither, for in the stars have written the fates of every woman and man on Hydaelyn. It was there in the stars that I read a woman would call upon the Athenaeum this very day, a woman who would play an important role in mine own life. But my apologies. Even the most skilled reader cannot scry a name from the heavens. Would you be so kind as to give me yours, so that I might know who is to be my newest protege? After. Well, I was not expecting that. But what is a name but an attempt by our begetters to wield power over the lives of their sons and daughters? Lives whose paths have already been foretold. In a sense, that is. My name is Quinard de Durandare, and I am an astrologian for the Holy See. Remember that name, for it shall echo forevermore in the annals of Ishgardian history. Well, it will once I put it there. Once we put it there. Now, where to begin? I suppose I could consult my divining deck for an answer, but that would be too easy now, wouldn't it? Very well, at the beginning it is. Astrology, or the reading of the stars, is a branch of ethereological science which originated in distant Garlean. There have been astrologians in Ishgard for thousands of years, but it wasn't until 3 centuries ago when Adunel the Younger learned that the movement of the stars could also be used to foresee the movements of the Dravanian horde that the field became popular. Since then, what was once a single science has bifurcated into 2 similar, yet ultimately different schools of learning, the Sharlayan school of astrology and the Ishgardian school. The former places a focus on tapping celestial ether and transforming it into beneficial magics, or astromancy. The latter specializing solely in determining the actions of our dragon enemies to the north. I'm a student of the former, the only student of the former here in Ishgard, and have been actively seeking a partner with whom to conduct my research. Let us just say that my fellow astrologians here have been less than approving of my path, but that is simply because they are afraid of what they do not know. Once they do know of how Sharlayan astrology can benefit the sea and its soldiers, they will feel foolish for ever having doubted me. Us. You will be joining me, will you not? Walking the path that has been laid out before you, instead of stubbornly denying your fate, postponing the inevitable. I see you wasted no time making a decision. Like I always say, the stars are never wrong. Alas, even a lifetime of study and training cannot unlock all the secrets written in those stars. Myself, I've been a student of the astromantic arts for more summers than I can count. I still oft misread the signs shown to me in the skies, though my readings are far more accurate now than they were when I attended the Athenaeum in Sharlayan. Not the Sharlayan, mind you, the colony that once thrived in the Dravanian hinterlands. I can recall my time there like it was but yesterday. The first 6 moons I was not even allowed to touch the deck of 60, let alone conduct a reading with the major arcana. Most of my time was spent in the scriptorium transcribing old tomes on astrological fundamentals such as the 6 elemental houses, divine duplicity, class triplicity, house modality and polarity, dignity versus detriment. I abhorred the task and would tirelessly pester my instructors as to when I might actually be granted the opportunity to weave a spell or perform a reading. It wasn't until the end of the 6th moon that I realized all that transcribing had prepared me with the essentials I would need to do those very things. The positions of the celestial bodies within the 6 elemental houses, and their relation to the major and minor arcana of the deck of 60. Therein lie the secrets to tapping the ethereal power locked in the heavens. And soon, you too will become privy to these secrets. But not this day. No, I would not have you transcribe musty old tomes like I was once forced to do. No, the task I have for you is much more interesting. You see, I'm expecting the arrival of a very important guest. My old mentor from the studio has agreed to make the journey from the old world to Ishgard and speak with the Holy See regarding the implementation of Sharlayan astrological techniques in city-state defense. Alas, the professor and his party are now fully 7 days late in arriving, and have begun to worry for their safety. I should be much obliged, therefore, if you would inquire on the other astrologians here at the Athenaeum if they have heard of aught. Why would Lord Janaquinad think I had information on the whereabouts of a handful of unbelievers from across the blood-brine sea? I'm an astrologian, not a fortune teller. I cannot simply look to the stars and scry the location of the Viscount's guests. Unless his guests are dragons, that is. I suppose if anyone knew aught, it would be the observatorium. We here at the Athenaeum are but students dedicated to research. Those with any influence in our field are assigned to the astroscope. Let me guess, good Lord Janaquinad said he saw you in a vision and that the stars told him that you would study Sharlayan astrology with him. Am I close? Must be the 100th of his little pests to pester me this week alone. I harbour no ill will toward ignorant unbelievers unlucky enough to find themselves caught up in talk of stars and fortunes. But you may tell that sorry excuse for an astrologian for the umpteenth time that I had heard naught concerning his imaginary friends from faraway Sharlayan. Just do not tell the Viscount I called him a sorry excuse for an astrologian, right? Janaquinad is still waiting for word on his missing Sharlayans instead of actually making an effort to find them, is he? Of course he is. Is it any wonder that in the nearly 15 years since his return from Sharlayan, his skill in astromancy has remained unchanged? Any wonder that he has never yet managed to convince a single peer of the value of the Charlene school? He's a privileged little sprat who spends more time gazing at the stars in young maidens' eyes than actually trying to read the ones above his head. Alright. You tell the poor man I just returned from the observatorium, and one night at the communal feasting hall, happened to overhear Chief Astrologian Voldemort speaking with one of his aides regarding Charlene. He was visibly upset, and I wasn't about to risk my career over something I cared little about. So I merely put my head down and ate my beet soup. And that is all I know. So do not hear it from me. Master Voldemort, I thought this day could not get any worse. Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that meeting you in any way has been unfortunate. It's just that it may not be in our best interests to be seen together as of yet. There are certain people in the sea who do not approve of my studies. Couple that with the fact that you're an outsider and an unbeliever, and, well, people may come to the wrong conclusions. We must act with caution until we can prove that our intentions are just and for the good of all Ishgard. So I must ask you to travel to the observatorium alone and meet me there. I can do that, but give me a minute. So there is an airship landing here, but it's going to take a while before we can use it. It's going to take a good while. An annoyingly long while. There you go, that's all the Ethernet here. Which means that, yeah, I haven't unlocked any of the Heavensward areas yet, so it can only teleport me to an area I've already been. Up here with Drillmon? No, above Drillmon. Oh wait, no, Drillmon is in Whiterun front, right? Ah, after. Allow me to apologize again for not accompanying you here. As for our business with the Chief Astrologian, you may leave the talking to me. Ah, Jenna Quinner, might have known it would be you. Who else would be so indecent as to drag an outsider into this holy place of observation? You've always had an unhealthy obsession with the foreign. This is why you are worthless to the Athenium now as you were when you returned from that heathen city a decade and a half since. The stars, they could serve us in other ways than merely revealing when the Horde will attack. Their powers can be tapped. The ether within can be used for... The ether should be left be. Has history taught you naught about the folly of the Nemeans, the Amatopori, the Maki? Mine uncle, the Charlians, have been wielding astromancy for ages without disrupting ethereal balance. This power, combined with Ishgardian astrology, could be what is needed to turn the tides of this 1,000-year conflict. Moreover, I have reason to believe that our masters at the Vault agree, as they've given me their blessing to continue my research. I did not come to trade barbs with you, Uncle. Let us save that for another time. I'm here because it has come to my attention that you may have information as to the whereabouts of Professor Mace and his party from Charlie. As someone who says he's not here to trade barbs, you've been quite generous in your dealings with them until now. If it means you'll leave and allow me to return to my work, then I'd be more than happy to let you know that what information found its way to my desk just yesterday morning. Serpent Reaver sightings and foul weather prevented the Professor's ship from entering the Strait of Melthorpe, where they would have made their way up the Maiden and into Curthis. After detouring around the south of Riddlebrand, they finally disembarked at Vesper Bay, where they took the land route along the Royal Allergan Sunway to the Black Shroud. It is there, it seems, they lost their way. A lost astrologian. As my morning reading predicted, Dalamud was in detriment in the House of the Spire while ascending over the ecliptic. After, you must journey to the South Shroud and assist Professor Mace. Allow me to introduce you to Quimperin. He's my personal manservant and shall accompany you. He is not one for conversation, but his sword arm is among the best in all the pillars. He should see you safe if any danger were to befall you, and something tells me danger lurks on the horizon. It is a pleasure to serve you, milady. I shall make haste to Quarry Mill and await you there. To Quarry Mill! We're very nearly done. Neff is busy watching Jessica Jones with her family, so she's probably going to be out still for a while, but I need to head to bed soon. Milady, I've questioned the residents of this hamlet and learned that a party of queerly dressed outsiders passed through not but a bell ago. It should not prove overly difficult to find them now, but before we begin, might I ask a moment of your time? I would not dare utter aught ill of my master, but his recent fixation with finding a protege, I believe it ill-considered. This passion, however pure, has left him with more than one enemy within the astrological community. Lord Bormont has seen to this. I fear not only for how his name might be sullied, but for his life. I beg of you, pray, do not drag him any further down into this quagmire. Let him quietly dabble in his dream, but let it remain at that, a dream. No good will come of encouraging him. It will only hurt the Viscount and his family. You must remember that while I serve Lord Janaquinard, it is his uncle, the Count, who employs me. Now, as for the task at hand, I suggest we find the wayward travellers and hurry back to our respective hearths. I shall lead. I ask you to take the rear and see that none might take us unawares. Well, this looks like a fine time. These are the Sharlians we seek, and it appears they found themselves some trouble. Unhand my grandfather! Ah, feisty. We'll fetch a fine price for that one with the pleasure barge, captains. The soul has spoken. Grab the old man. These wizard types carry on them all manner of begemmed baubles and golden trinkets. Up, or I'll toss you to the snakes. You You want to see the old man again? You leave us the girl. Try anything and he's dead. Wait! Grandfather's soul crystal. Why would he leave it here? Surrendering any power he might have had to free himself from those bandits. Unless you were the one he saw in his reading before we left the old world. That was more than a moon ago. My grandfather scried from the cards that he would serve as a bridge for countless souls to be passed to another. Might you be that other? These men of the forest are careless. Tracking them will be no difficult feat. I shall follow and strike before they have time to regroup in numbers. The stars have spoken and laid their path, not before you, but before the adventurer here. You must take the soul of the Astrologian and place it near your heart. Listen to the tales of those who walked before you, and know their journeys as you do your own. As for the tools you require and the knowledge needed to wield them, I, Leviva, shall see to those matters. You saw there was no fear in my grandfather's eyes when the bandits took him. This is because he has seen you come to his rescue. Our lives were written in the stars long before we trod upon this land. It is not by chance that you stand here today with the soul of the Astrologian in your hand. It is fate. That is now all three. All three of the Heaven's Ward class is gotten. Awesome. So once again, I'm going to want to set up macro. That's the one I want. I have to set up a macro for it, because that's the way that I'm rolling, apparently. I don't really care for which one it is yet. I want to do 21. We don't need to summon anything, so that's fine. And that's going to be named Astrologian. Sweet. Sweet. There we go. And speedy quick. Grab it. Nice. Light speed looks pretty Astrologian-y. Either that or draw. Yeah, okay, draw. Draw looks pretty good. How does it look if I am one of the other classes? Yeah, no. Okay. I think I like draw. Sweet! Well, that gives me some stuff to kit out and level. But for now, let's go and finish our welcome to Ishgard. Which is to say, speak with Horshathon. And then end the stream. Because it's 20 to 1. So I want the last vigil. Warrior of Light and her brave companions, walking the streets of Ishgard at last. What a glorious sight. I cannot tell you how long I have waited for this day. Allow me to present to you my family home, Fortom Manor. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone is gathered to receive you. Come, my friends, introductions must be made.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing. I, Count Edmond de Fortom, do bid you welcome. As wards of House Fortom, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Fortom.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies. Don't you think? Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city? You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
Whoop, whoop. And with that, we are done for today. I just want to confirm what this achievement that I got called Starstruck was. Of course, yes. I leveled those up to 30, did I? Good. But yeah, I am going to call it there because, like I said, it's 20 to 1 and I need to get some sleeves. But I imagine that there's going to be a few things going on. One, now that we have the 3 Heavensward classes, I can level those up off stream and get them ready for us to play Heaven's Ward as them. And also, what's probably going to happen is that now that we're at a point where I have access to all of the classes that are below level 50, when you get them, I'm going to focus on job quests again. So I'll continue doing A Realm Reborn relic stuff off stream. I'll continue leveling up off stream for the classes that still need it, and then we can do Heaven's Ward as the Heaven's Ward classes most likely, and I'll be able to continue doing all of the A Realm Reborn relics because we'll have done all the job quests. I really want to make sure that we do the Dragoon one, but I also really want to do the Paladin one because I really like the Paladin's A Realm Reborn relic. But eventually I do want to do all of them, so it'll probably be that there's a bit of a wait before we go back to the story because we'll be focusing on we've still got to do the allied beast tribes quest line as well. But the next stream will most likely be doing job quests. It might be that we only get 2 classes out of the way, in which case they're probably going to be Dragoon and Paladin. After that, we've only got Monk and Bard left. Is that right? Yeah, we've only got 4 left, right? Because we've done Warrior, we've done White Mage, Scholar, Summoner, Black Mage. I've done all of the magical DPS, I've done all the healers, and I've done Ninja already. So that, as well as Warrior, so that just leaves Paladin, Monk, Dragoon, and Bard. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, we'll come back to that next week, because hopefully, my tooth pain has seemed more manageable the last couple of days. Like I've had to take 1 load of painkillers all day today, and that's been it, which is actually really not bad. I'm still going to take some to go to sleep because I really don't want to have a sleepless night again. But it might be that I've had something viral that has been causing pressure, or something like that. I don't know. I still need to go to the dentist, but that may be part of it anyway, because it does seem to be coming down. But that should mean that if that continues, I'll be more reliable for actually streaming when I'm supposed to stream. And Final Fantasy XIV has kind of been my fallback, as it's not that intense, which is why we've done more of it recently. But I still need to go back and do Final Fantasy VII Rebirth with all of the extra stuff that we've not finished off, like the combat trials and stuff like that. But anyway, I'll catch you guys next time. Have a good one. Later.